You're watching NASA TV.
Good morning from Mission Control in Houston and the International Space Station Flight Control Room. You're looking live as a shift handover has just been completed. The Orbit 2 team of flight controllers taking the shift for the rest of the day today from the overnight shift, the Orbit 1 shift that supervised the activities of the Expedition 67 crew on board the International Space Station. The task for the day today at the ISS is Russian Spacewalk 54, which is being controlled half a world away in this balcony view of the Russian International Space Station Flight Control Room at the Russian Mission Control Center in Korolyov, outside of Moscow. Expedition 67's two of the three cosmonauts on board the station, Oleg Artemyev and Denis Matveev, are your spacewalkers for the day today. The commander for Expedition 67, Artemyev, and flight engineer Denis Matveev, they are suited up in Russian Orlan suits in the Poisk airlock on the space-facing side of the Russian segment of the International Space Station, having just completed the pre-breathing of pure oxygen to cleanse nitrogen out of their bloodstreams and preventing any condition known as the bends or decompression sickness from occurring as they step out into the vacuum of space within the hour. Today's spacewalk also being orchestrated in conjunction with the third Russian cosmonaut that's part of the Expedition 67 crew, that being Sergei Korsakov. He helped Artemyev and Matveev suit up a couple of hours ago. Korsakov will be inside the Russian segment today, sending commands to operate the 37-foot-long European Robotic Arm. We'll talk more about the European Robotic Arm in a moment. That will be the focus of attention throughout the course of today's 6-hour, 45-minute spacewalk by Artemyev and Matveev, the arm, of course, attached to the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module. Today's spacewalk for Artemyev and Matveev is the 252nd spacewalk in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades, the 7th spacewalk to be conducted out of the International Space Station this year, the 4th for Expedition 67. For Artemyev, this will be the 7th spacewalk in his career. 6 previous spacewalks have logged 41 hours and 44 minutes of spacewalking time. Matveev about to conduct the 3rd spacewalk of his career. His 2 previous spacewalks, both with Artemyev, constituting 14 hours and 19 minutes of spacewalking time. Artemyev is designated today as extravehicular crew member number 1, or EV1. He'll be wearing the Russian Orlan suit bearing the red stripes. Matveev is EV2, wearing the Orlan suit with the blue stripes. The 2 cosmonauts will be wearing the usual helmet cameras to provide up-close and personal views of their work outside of the International Space Station along the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module, where they'll be attending to a variety of tasks in the continuing outfitting of the European Robotic Arm. Artemyev's helmet camera will carry the number 20 in the lower right-hand corner of your screen when we do receive those views, while Denis Matveev's helmet camera will be number 18. The work to be conducted by Artemyev and Matveev outside of the International Space Station today will consist of the installation of a pair of television cameras on the 2 elbows of the European Robotic Arm that was launched, attached to the multipurpose laboratory module last July, when it was launched from the Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan on a Proton rocket. They will also deactivate and relocate the external control panel for the robotic arm to a new base connector and hook it up, and it will be tested for future use. The European Robotic Arm external control panel then will be used to adjust some torque mechanisms on the robotic arm and remove launch restraints as they continue to put the arm through its paces in advance of its future use to move payloads and people around the International Space Station's Russian segment. The two spacewalkers, Artemyev and Matveev, are running about 20 to 25 minutes behind the timeline in their preparations. Nothing significant, just taking a bit longer than had been planned. So we'll be standing by for the depressurization of the Poisk airlock shortly down to vacuum. That will set the stage for final communications and systems checks for the two cosmonauts on their Orlan spacesuits, and the opening of the hatch to the Poisk module that will mark the official start of today's spacewalk, again planned for about 6 hours and 45 minutes in duration. The tasks I just described are better illustrated in about a 3.5-minute animation that we have, narrated by spacewalk officer Mitch Harger. Let's take a look at the elements of today's spacewalk.
Russian Spacewalk 54 will be conducted by Oleg Artemyev, EV1 in the red stripes, and Denis Matveev, EV2 in the blue stripes. To start the spacewalk, crew will egress the Poisk airlock with TB cameras called CLUs and 2 crew lock bags. Using the Strela boom, crew will first translate to the passive attachment piece on the Nauka module. The European Robotic Arm, or ERA, will maneuver to the CLU-4 installation position. Crew will translate to the elbow and install CLU-4. Crew will translate back down to the ERA end effector, where they'll work together to remove a piece of hardware called an LFM ring. Afterwards, ERA will translate to the CLU-3 installation position. Denis and Oleg will translate to the elbow and install CLU-3. Then, crew will translate nadir on the Nauka module to the ERA control panel. Oleg will remove the control panel from its current location, translate further zenith, and work with Denis to install and power the panel at its new work site. ERA will then maneuver and grapple to base point 2. Both cosmonauts will work to manually adjust the flexibility setting of ERA at end effector 2. Oleg and Denis will then translate over to end effector 1 and perform the same flexibility adjustment. They'll also remove the remaining LFM ring. After cleaning up the Nauka worksites, crew will translate zenith back to the Poisk airlock. They'll stow various pieces of hardware and bags inside, then Oleg and Denis will ingress the airlock and close the hatch, ending Russian Spacewalk 54.
A look at the tasks ahead for Artemyev and Matveev today during their planned spacewalk. And here's a good view of the European Robotic Arm, again almost 37 feet in length when fully extended. It has a pair of end effectors, or hands, that can grapple onto base points, as they are called, on the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module. It has a handling capability, as you see, of some 17,600 pounds of mass, And one of the first tasks for the day today will be the installation of a pair of cameras on the two elbow areas of the European Robotic Arm. This all in preparation for the start of the actual use of the arm to move components around, including an airlock and a radiator that will ultimately enable Nauka to be used as an airlock, not just as a science laboratory, but as an airlock to join the Poisk module, providing two airlocks for future Russian spacewalks. A plethora of spacewalks planned for the fall in the next series of Russian spacewalks to continue the outfitting and use of the European Robotic Arm in tandem with the other robotic capabilities that now exist on the International Space Station. While all this activity has been ongoing at the International Space Station, a look to the future beginning to come into sharper focus. This is a live view of the Vehicle Assembly Building down at the Kennedy Space Center, where late last night the Space Launch System moon rocket rolled out to Launch Pad 39B on an overnight trek that now resulted a couple of hours ago in the huge rocket going hard down on Launch Pad 39B, 322 feet tall, weighing 3.5 million pounds. The Space Launch System is set to lift off from Launch Pad 39B on August 29th at 8:33 a.m. Eastern Time to send the Orion spacecraft on an uncrewed test flight of some 6 weeks in duration past the moon, a journey of more than 2 million miles to what is called a distant retrograde orbit, with a return to Earth and a splashdown in the Pacific off the coast of San Diego on October 10th. The countdown is scheduled to begin for launch on the morning of August 27th, a week from Saturday. There will be a flight readiness review to set the stage for the start of the countdown. That flight readiness review is planned for next Monday. But there it is, the Space Launch System on Launch Pad 39B at the Kennedy Space Center, awaiting its fueling and its liftoff on August 29th. Meanwhile, back in the Russian Mission Control Center in Korolyov on the outskirts of Moscow, Russian flight controllers are keeping a watchful eye on the preparations by Artemyev and Matveev as they continue to pre-breathe pure oxygen, cleansing the nitrogen out of their bloodstreams in advance of the start of the depressurization of the Poisk airlock and the start of today's Russian spacewalk. The spacewalk, again, is measured in terms of elapsed time from the time that the hatches open until the time the hatch is closed, unlike a U.S.-based spacewalk at the International Space Station, which is measured between the time of the time that a U.S. spacesuit in the Quest airlock is placed on internal battery power until the time that the airlock is repressurized after the crew is back inside. So we'll be keeping close tabs on the Russians' official start time for today's spacewalk that will be marked at the time that the hatch is opened to the Poisk module. While the spacewalk is underway today, space station officials and SpaceX officials will be conducting a weather briefing later this morning to see whether or not conditions are acceptable for the undocking of the SpaceX CRS-25 cargo Dragon from the International Space Station tomorrow, leading to its splashdown off the coast of Florida on Friday. Currently, the weather forecast is considered to be marginal. They'll be taking a careful look at the forecast both for tomorrow and the backup attempt for undocking on Friday, and we'll be reporting later today as to whether or not the cargo Dragon will in fact undock from the International Space Station as is currently scheduled tomorrow. The International Space Station and its Expedition 67 crew members are currently flying 260 statute miles over the South Pacific, beginning a southwest and northeasterly trajectory that will carry it across the equator a short time from now, and then across Baja California and the central and western United States. So as you can see, between the space station and the Space Launch System, now on Launch Pad 39B at the Kennedy Space Center, lots of activity ongoing and will continue to be the case. Very busy time for both human spaceflight and the plans to set the stage for future exploration of the moon and beyond. And again, this view of the Space Launch System on Launch Pad 39B at the Cape, hard down after an overnight trek from the Vehicle Assembly Building. Yes, let's do that. Here in Mission Control in Houston, as mentioned at the top of our broadcast, the Orbit 2 team is on console at this hour. The flight director on console for the rest of the day today during today's spacewalk is Brandon Lloyd. He will be presiding over this team as they continue to work with their Russian counterparts in support of today's spacewalk. Lloyd, on the right side of your screen, joined on his right by spacecraft communicator Megan Harvey, who will be talking to the crew on board the station inside the International Space Station when required throughout the course of the day today. The two spacewalkers, Artemyev and Matveev, will be communicating with Russian flight controllers at the Russian Mission Control Center in Korolyov, who will be keeping tabs on the progress of their activities outside in support of the outfitting of and testing of components of the European Robotic Arm throughout the course of today's spacewalk.
Oleg, what's the current pressure for Odessa and the time left till the end of the pre-breathe? 005. 5 minutes and 15 seconds. Copy. Let's prepare the steps for Q card 6. That's the depress, MRM2 depress, so that's step 9.1. Denis, go ahead. The valve is in which position on your suit right now? It was at 0, now at 1. Please position it to 2. And then we'll just do the checks. Okay, I moved it to position 2. All right. So pneumatic valve is off. Regulator prime. I confirm prime. Tank prime. Yes, confirm prime. Prime fan and prime pump are on. I confirm. And pre-breathe airlock depress is open. Yes, I confirm pre-breathe airlock depress. Good. So steps 9.2 were my go. Will do.
Денис,
We copy? Okay. So Denis, it worked. So now you can move it to position 1. All right. Well, everything worked before. All right, then. Signal. Pre-breathe. We have.
As you can hear through the interpreter for the Russian flight controllers instructing Artemyev and Matveev on the final procedures regarding the pre-breathing of pure oxygen. This is the precursor to the actual depressurization of the Poisk airlock that will set the stage for the opening of the hatch and the start of today's spacewalk. Artemyev and Matveev conducted 2 previous spacewalks together as part of the series of spacewalks to outfit and prepare the European Robotic Arm for future work in moving payloads, hardware, and people around the Russian segment of the International Space Station. They first went out together on April 18th for a 6-hour, 37-minute spacewalk in which they installed the external control panel for the European Robotic Arm, which they today will deactivate and move to a different base point on the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module. They also removed protective covers from the arm and installed handrails on the Nauka module to facilitate future movement of spacewalkers in that vicinity of the Russian segment. 10 days later, on April 28th, they went back out for a long 7-hour, 42-minute spacewalk in which they jettisoned thermal blankets used to protect the arm during its launch last July on the multipurpose laboratory module. They observed the flexing of the arm's joints, released launch restraints, and monitor the arm's ability to grapple the base points on the Nauka module. The grapple or end effector hands, if you will, the grappling mechanisms on either side of the European Robotic Arm will actually be tested with mechanisms that are known as torque rigidizing mechanisms to basically see what their level of strength is, if you will, in grasping the base points so that the engineers can have a better opportunity to evaluate the grappling and lifting capability for the arm for future operations, all part of the extensive checkout of the European Robotic Arm that will join the Canadarm2 and the Japanese robotic arm in the use of robotics extensively over various areas of the International Space Station.
So 10 seconds prior to the end of the pre-breathe. Copy. 30 minutes are complete. I copy. 30 minutes complete. So, okay, get ready for step 9.2. On my go, we'll start. And we are ready. You have a go for step 9.2, Oleg MRM2 depress. We copy and work. So, flow selector is moved to injector mode. Confirm. Timer. Countdown starts. So we are opening the CASD valve. Position open. Confirm. And we'll start. Depress. And I confirm. The pressure inside the suit is 0.22. Copy. So every so often, please give me the pressure inside the suit as well as inside the MRM. Pressure in the MRM is 500. Inside the suit is 0.32. Denis, what is the timer? 4:14. Pressure inside the module is 450. Inside the suit 038. We copy. So we're within the range. If the pressure is inside the suit.
And with that, the depressurization of the Poisk airlock underway. Once the airlock reaches vacuum, there will be a final check of the two Orlan suits for Artemyev and Matveev before they are given the green light by the Russian flight controllers to open the hatch to the Poisk module that will mark the official start of today's spacewalk. Once the hatch is open, the two cosmonauts will install a protective ring around the circumference of the hatch that protects the delicate seals of the hatch against any micrometeoroid hits during the time it's exposed to the vacuum of space. Matveev will be first out of the Poisk airlock. He will set up tools and tethers and the bags of equipment that will be used for today's spacewalking tasks. Once he's outside, a few minutes later, Artemyev will join him, and then they will turn their helmet cameras on and move to the European Robotic Arm to begin the work associated with the installation of the first of two elbow cameras on the European Robotic Arm.
Pressure inside the module is 240. 038 inside the suit. 038 for EV2 as well. We copy. That's good. Module pressure is 200. Suit is EV1 038, EV2 038. Copy. That's excellent. What's the time left? 1 minute 49 seconds. We copy. Pressure is 150, suit is 038 and 038. We copy. That's good. 110, 038, and 038. We copy. 100 inside the module. We copy. And we got the tone. 90 in MRM2. Copy. And what's the pressure counter? What time is on the counter? 5 minutes has passed. And unintelligible injectors off.
This view of the Poisk airlock on the space-facing side of the Russian segment of the International Space Station. Attached to Poisk is the Strela boom, the Strela being the Russian word for arrow, which is a telescoping boom that is extended to facilitate the movement of spacewalkers outside the areas of the Russian segment of the International Space Station. Inside Poisk at this time, clad in their Russian Orlan spacesuits, Oleg Artemyev and Denis Matveev, who have begun the depressurization of the Poisk airlock in advance of the opening of the hatch to begin today's spacewalk. Artemyev, the Expedition 67 commander, will be wearing the Orlan suit with the red stripes as EV-1, or extravehicular crew member number 1. Denis Matveev, EV-2, extravehicular crew member number 2. He'll be in the suit with the blue stripes. And the two cosmonauts will be equipped with helmet cameras. Artemyev's helmet camera will have the number 20 in the lower right-hand corner of your screen once we receive those views. Matveev's helmet camera will be number 18. Now you're looking at the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module. At the very top of your screen is the Prishal node module that is attached to the very top of Nauka. The node module will serve as a multi-hatched port for arriving Russian vehicles in the future. Nauka, again, will serve a dual purpose as a science laboratory and an airlock for future Russian spacewalks. And there is a good view of the European Robotic Arm, double grappled, which will be going through its paces today. The movement of an external control panel from one location to another on Nauka, and assisted inside by Russian cosmonaut Sergei Korsakov. He'll be sending commands to test the torque rigidizing mechanism on the two end effectors, or hands, of the European Robotic Arm, to test basically the hand strength of the end effectors in advance of their future use to move equipment and people around the International Space Station. The two cosmonauts will also be removing launch restraints. They'll be installing two elbow cameras on the European Robotic Arm, and if time permits, may get to a get-ahead task to replace a protective window on one of the end effectors camera and light units that requires a new external window just to make sure it has a clear view of the work that will be conducted outside of the Russian segment of the station in the future.
All right. 20 millimeters is the pressure in MRM2, and I'm putting the valve in O2 open EVA. I see O2 open. Copy. That's good. All right. Stand by for MRM at 12 millimeters, and then put KSD2 in closed manually, and then KSDSO closed manually, confirmation, and then KSDSO open on the POV panel, EVA support panel. Copy.
Pressure in MRM2 is 15 millimeters. We are at 12 millimeters in MRM2. We are closing KSD 2 and closed. So first KSD 2 and then KSD SO. Closed, closed. Both of them are closed. KSD 1 is closed. And the LED is no longer for KSD SO is no longer illuminated. KSD SO открыт is no longer illuminated. So for the for MRM final leak checks, give me the pressure numbers. 12 millimeters currently. Copy. All right, and let's stand by for the 5-minute timer. And then you will be switching on to transition to autonomous power. After that, copy.
The depressurization of the Poisk airlock is continuing in good shape at this hour. Artemyev and Matveev are about to place their suits on internal battery power, and they will conduct final leak checks of their 2 Orlan suits. All of their suit up and preparatory activities have gone very well throughout the course of the morning. As you take a look at the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module and the European Robotic Arm, which will be the work site for Artemyev and Matveev throughout the course of today's spacewalk. Good view of the Poisk airlock on the International Space Station, in which Oleg Artemyev and Denis Matveev are conducting the depressurization of that airlock down to vacuum to set the stage for the opening of the hatch and the start of today's spacewalk. Again, this will be the 252nd spacewalk in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades the 7th out of the International Space Station this year, the 4th for Expedition 67. This will be Artemyev's 7th spacewalk in his career, adding to his total of 41 hours and 44 minutes of spacewalking time. Denis Matveev will be going outside into the vacuum of space for the 3rd time, having accrued 14 hours and 19 minutes of spacewalking time on 2 previous spacewalks.
We have about 1.5 minutes left, so 90 seconds left. We'll be standing by.
Олег, 5 минут контроля прошло, текущая...
5 minutes is up. What's the current pressure in MRM2 per the MV? The same.
Давление такое, 511,5, да, прием.
Принято 11,5, хорошо.
The pressure is the same, 11.5.
По моей команде начнем по шагу 11 работать.
Great. Now,
Да, готово.
move on to Q card 7, step 11. We are ready.
Russian flight controllers now reporting good leak checks. We have 2 good suits, Artemyev and Matveev, in the final stage of their preparations before being given the green light to open the hatch once the airlock reaches vacuum.
I am at 6. Good. Pressure in the suits. 0.35 for me. Let me 0.30 unintelligible. All right, we are switching on to autonomous power, deactivating the pump. We are transitioning to the primary one, turning on the pump and the fan one after the other. Well, if necessary. Yes.
Да, можно работать.
You can proceed.
Так, перешел на автономную.
All right, I'm in autonomous power. 28.3 is the pressure for the first one, and primary pump and primary fan should be on, Oleg. They are on. And verify that power to the primary fan and pump is on, and the transmitter is on. Right. We are deactivating the heat exchanger tow mode. Tow heat exchanger power tow is off. Turning it off for suit 1 and suit 2. The suits are off on the COV panel. We are disconnecting the electrical umbilical. Unintelligible, Oleg. And then the electrical umbilical connector should be covered with MLI. Affirmative. All right. Suit 1, electrical umbilical. Copy, Oleg. I'm covering the electrical connector with the MLI. And I have mine disconnected. We copy, Dennis. Don't forget to cover the electrical connector with MLI. In work.
Со всех сторон. Так, и нам надо
As
брать вот этот,
much as I can.
чтобы он не мешал.
And let's stow it so that it's not in the way.
Убрали хвост.
All right, and we tuck that little tail away.
Так, далее.
All right, let's continue.
Отстыковываем борт-колодки.
We are disconnecting the fluid umbilical. Affirmative.
Отстыковали.
We have it disconnected.
Принято.
Copy.
Ставим в положение У2 закрыто.
Put it in, please put MRM2 BSS or line interface unit in position O2 closed. O2
У2 закрыто.
closed.
Так, их надо на заглушку. На заглушку, да?
All right, we'll have the caps here.
Текущее давление.
Oleg, what's the current pressure?
По УДСК
On the Udis Carolon pressure gauge, I have 0.37, and I am at 0.36.
Это первый 0,36,
All
второй.
right, so 0.37 for suit 1, 0.36 for suit 2.
Верхняя строка на дисплее.
PO2 primary, what's the top line showing now?
на дисплее 426.
426.
Это 426.
Copy, 426. And
Правильно.
4,
422.
and what's for you, Denis?
Принято.
422. Copy, 422.
Колодки, борт закрыт.
So fluid umbilical,
Открываем ОРК, клапан МФТ.
cover it up with stowage cap and the MLI flap. In work.
Закрыть.
Done.
Ну, тоже закрыть.
And I covered mine up too. So the valve is closed.
Обоих клапаны закрыты.
All right, copy. The valves are closed for both of you. Guys, good luck to you. I'm handing you over to the EVA specialists. We'll hear each other again during the repress.
Спасибо.
Thank you, and thank you.
Так, ну что? Где там твой люк?
All right, your hatch.
Так, занимаем место.
All right,
Согласно привету.
position yourself.
Денис, добрый день.
Oleg, Denis, good day to you.
Да, приветствую.
Oh, Sergey, good to hear you.
Привет.
Hello, everybody. Let's stand by for the command to open EV hatch, and we stand by for go, and you can start working. That sounds good.
Олег, Денис, пока.
Oleg, Denis, meanwhile, please verify that safety tethers are attached correctly,
Принято.
and
Зафиксирован у меня.
I have unintelligible attached to the handrail.
Принято, Денис.
Copy, Denis.
This is Mission Control Houston. The depressurization of the Poisk airlock is now complete. Standing by for the next few steps that will result in the opening of the hatch to the Poisk airlock and the start of today's spacewalk by Oleg Artemyev and Denis Matveev.
Oleg, Denis.
Oleg, Denis, you have a go to open EV hatch. There will be a brief LOS, so please follow all the steps for the hatch opening. And once you get to the end of those steps, stand by for our further recommendations. Copy. So, put a V hatch in the operational position. The hatch opening tool should be in the operational position. All right, it's in the operational position. Copy, Denis. Now verify that 4 screws for emergency hatch closure are all screwed out to hard stop. 1, 2, 3.
We are handing over communications between satellites on the Tracking and Data Relay satellite system, about to regain voice communications.
We are here. There was a brief LOS. Please continue and verify that the hatch handles are in position closed. Copy. So install the hatch opening tool on the hatch cover. Turn it to hard stop counterclockwise. In work. And verify that the rollers are aligned correctly. They are rolling. Copy. You have turned the hatch opening tool to hard stop, right? Give us a second. All right? Copy, Denis. So the handle for the pusher to hard stop, done. And you have a go to open the EV hatch. In work, Moscow. Once you open the EV hatch, please verify that there is no FOD. And once you see the little crack appear, please report. Unintelligible. The hatch is open. The EV hatch is open. It probably got sucked in a little bit. And, all right, copy. It's kind of hold the pusher because it's still not being cooperative. All right, let's try it. And now it's completely open. So you need to take the French hook now. Yep, I've got the French hook now. Please secure the French hook to the hook on the panel. All right, here it is. Got it? Great. And based on that, on how you attach the French hook, you can select the slack. All right? There we go. We have secured the French hook to the handrail on panel 201. On the bracket on panel 201. Copy. And now you need to select the slack for the tether. Selected. And we set it to the slack that we need. Copy.
Постановки защитного кольца.
And now install the protective ring. All right.
This is Mission Control Houston. The hatch is open to the Poisk airlock. We are standing by for the verification of the exact time from the Russian flight controllers. We should have that a moment or two from now. But today's spacewalk officially underway with the opening of the hatch to the Poisk module. We'll have the official start time momentarily.
У нас был небольшой перерыв.
We had a short
Кольцо извлекли.
drop out. Have you do you have the protective ring? Yes, we do. We got it out, and now we are ready to install it. And I can see my end and check yours. All right, I need to rotate a little bit more. Okay, sounds good. So you are installing the protective ring on the hatch? Yes. Okay, that's good. And we turned it a little bit. Oleg, Denis, once you have the protective ring installed, please turn on your sublimators. Sounds good. Let me try. And mine is installed. I got my side. And I got mine as well, my side as well. So the protective ring has been installed successfully. So verify that it is in position close.
This is Mission Control Houston. The official start time for today's spacewalk confirmed by the Russian flight controllers in Korolyov as 8:53 a.m. Central Time, 9:53 a.m. Eastern Time. Russian spacewalk 54, the 252nd spacewalk in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades, now officially underway. Again, the start time officially pegged at 8:53 a.m. Central, 9:53 a.m. Eastern Time.
Sublimator for EV1 is on. All right. Sublimator for EV2 is on as well. Oleg, there was a short dropout. So please confirm that the sublimator for both of you are on. They are. Unintelligible. Copy. So please egress MRM2 towards the Strela operator post. All right, I have one French hook. Okay. Are you ready? Let me, unintelligible, secure it. And you're moving to the left. Yep. All right, I got one a hook with me. Actually, Oleg, let me turn around. It's going to be easier in that position.
Так, 2 карабина снаружи, выхожу.
2 tether hooks are secured outside, and I am ready to egress.
Так, ты пока приготовь укладки для выведения.
And we are watching. Denis, Oleg, you please get 2 bundles ready. We are doing it as we speak, and I just started feeling the cooling. Same for me. This is Denis.
Так, держи карабин. Так, есть, зафиксирован. Сейчас я второй даю.
All right, I'm going to give you the second bundle.
Олег, Денис, вы?
Are you in control of it?
Да.
Yes.
Это хорошо.
Так, чуть-чуть в сторону я туда.
Can you move it out of my way a little
With the spacewalk underway at 8:53 a.m. Central Time, 9:53 a.m. Eastern Time, Denis Matveev poking his head out of the Poisk airlock as he gathers tools and crew lock bags filled with equipment that he and Oleg Artemyev will be using on the Nauka multi-purpose laboratory module to work with the European Robotic Arm, a variety of tasks, including the installation of 2 cameras on the elbow areas for 2 camera and light units for the arm, the removal of launch restraints from one of the 2 end effectors or hands on opposite ends of the 36-foot-long European robotic arm. They will also work to deactivate and relocate an external control panel from one so-called base point to another on the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module for the external control of the arm during future operations. They will be working with the 2 end effectors along in tandem with Sergei Korsakov, the other Russian cosmonaut inside the Russian segment of the station, to test the torque rigidizing mechanism on both hands or end effectors of the European robotic arm, essentially testing the strength of those 2 hands to grasp and release varying objects. And if time permits, there are a few get-ahead tasks, including the replacement of a protective window on one of the camera light units on one of the 2 end effectors of the European robotic arm, but that's only if time permits, as well as the extension of one of the 2 telescoping Strela booms from the Zarya module to the Poisk module, if time permits. Again, those are get-ahead tasks, not primary tasks, and if time does not permit the 2 cosmonauts to conduct those secondary objectives, they'll be deferred to another spacewalk downstream.
Could you check your tool caddy and see if you have range 220 on the tool caddy? Yes. I do, but I only have 1. And what about ERA wrench 6? I have the same as what Oleg has. We split it up. Excellent, thank you.
мы не забыли? Так. Я тоже заразись.
Sergey, 2 bundles are out. Copy. Oleg, we see you, and we are waiting on you to get the rest of the stuff you need to take with you outside. Okay. My tether hook is safely secured outside.
Так, Денис, смотри, чтобы я там нигде не застрял. Давай. Ага, хорошо, проходит. Ходит хорошо. Да, подтолкнуть хорошо. Нет. Так, первый вышел.
Okay, EV1 is out.
Хорошо. Принято.
Okay, please check your cameras.
Давай, Денис. Ключ камеры. Так, ну я... Что давай делать? Светильник
We lost the image from the camera.
Погоди, была включена, нет? А, вот, стой. Вот, есть камера и светильники справа. Давай слева.
We have the camera on the right and the lights next to the camera.
И светильники мне включи, 2 штуки. Так, сейчас. Тебе теплый свет или холодный? Не, полностью.
Does it feel warm or cold? It's more on the chilly side, Oleg.
Подожди, я что-то не вижу, что... А, тебе вот это еще надо включить.
Okay, wait. I'm not seeing...
Температура газа велика.
Anything on my right.
Просто на всякий случай, сейчас у манипулятора Ера будет скачаться лазер, в сторону манипулятора не смотреть, хотя вы не так далеко находитесь. Просто как рекомендация.
Yeah, we're just looking at the temperature, and it's pretty high. But you're pretty far away from the arm. Okay, here's the...
Это пока сублиматор не охладил вентилирующий газ ниже...
Problem, Oleg and Denis. Right now you're at 17 degrees, which is expected. Go ahead and activate both temperature control systems and pull the temperature.
This is Mission Control Houston. You're looking on the left side of your screen at Expedition 67 Commander Oleg Artemyev.
In the 0 position.
And at the bottom of your screen is Denis Matveev, both outside of the Poisk airlock hatch. The hatch was opened at 8:53 a.m. Central Time, 9:53 a.m. Eastern Time, to mark the start of today's spacewalk. The 7th for Artemyev, the 3rd for Matveev. They're in the process of gathering all of their equipment before they move to the work site on the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module where the European Robotic Arm resides. The arm having launched on Nauka last July on a Proton rocket from the Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan.
Okay, now we need to figure out how to position the equipment bundles in ORU bundles.
вот этот modul.
Give me this one, please.
Так, это на свой коробке.
This one you're going to attach to your short tether. Most definitely, Dennis.
Так, укладка на мне.
I have the bundle on me. That's EV1, and I have the second bundle on me. That's EV2.
Укладки зафиксировали друг на друге.
Say that again, please. What I said is we have affixed the bundles on each other's suits, and we are ready to translate. All right, then let's go ahead and translate towards the Strela base point.
Подожди. Денис.
Wait, Dennis. Stand by.
Так, отцепи-ка мой карабинчик.
Can you hand me
Вот так, спасибо.
my tether hook, please? Thank you.
Теперь давай мне свой. Так, держись.
No, I think you gave me yours. Let's
Давай второй скотч.
attach it to the handrail.
Видишь? Держись. Вот, держись сейчас. А это...
Hang on to it. Hold on tight.
Так. Мы оба на кольце.
And Moscow, we're both secured to the ring.
Расфиксируем кольцо.
And we're about to
Кольцо расфиксировано.
unlatch the ring. The ring is unengaged or disengaged.
Вот нам надо туда. Где Ера, видишь?
Да.
And that is where we need to go, Dennis.
Я контролирую Дениса.
Do you see where Era is?
Я контролирую лес.
Oleg, what are you busy with right now?
Давай туда пойдем.
I am making sure that Dennis is doing the right thing. Dennis, and what are you doing? I'm doing the same thing to Oleg. Okay, so let's start to move slowly. Be very careful around the solar arrays. They make them useful one day.
Все. Это на МЛМ. Давно не видели.
Hey, MLM. Haven't seen you for a while. From the outside, that is.
Приехали.
Так, где там это? Да, сейчас.
Hello, I think we're here.
Так, СПУ зафиксировали.
This is Oleg. One of my tether hooks got snugged. Okay, and both of my tether hooks are now hooked to MLM. We copy, Oleg. And this is Denis. I can work with mine now. And you did secure STU, is that correct? That's line item 7 in the timeline? Yes. Didn't we already report that to you? Probably. I just missed it. Should we continue translating? Yes, you need to continue traveling in a straight line until you get to handrail 4114.
Так, до оврага дошли. Так. Так, у меня там укладочка туда улетела, да?
Под тобой.
Если что, подтолкнуть на это.
We got to the handrail.
Так, отпусти меня, пожалуйста. Да, все чуть-чуть. Это твое место там, где ты будешь стыковать разъемы.
Dennis, this is where you should be when you made the connectors.
Так, я дошел до адаптера.
Okay, this is EV1 reporting that I have reached the adapter. Copy. And then, Oleg, you're going to be translating towards the cameras. And you need to choreograph it in such a way that once you start moving back, you need to be leading the way. Your wish is my command, Sergey.
This is Mission Control Houston, approaching the half-hour mark into today's spacewalk. Oleg Artemyev and Denis Matveev setting up their equipment at the work site on the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module. They are working in close proximity to the European Robotic Arm, which is the focus of attention for today's spacewalking tasks, the first of which will be the installation of one of two camera light unit elbow cameras. They'll be installing those cameras on both elbows of two of the camera light units that exist on the robotic arm to assist flight controllers in their perception of the work that the end effectors of the arms will be doing during future spacewalking tasks.
Arm to which
the European Robotic Arm launched on the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module last July, when Nauka was launched on a Proton rocket from the Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan. Denis Matveev is wearing the Orlan suit with the blue stripes. Right behind him is Oleg Artemyev wearing the suit with the red stripes.
And you guys now have 13 minutes of rest while Sergey is controlling the air motion, so that will give you plenty of time to swap places, to rehook your tethers and so on. And Oleg, make sure that there's panel 6 next to the grapple fixture. So please try to stay as far away as possible from it and do not have any contact with it. Okay. And we lost the view from both of your helmet cameras. From both Orlan cameras? That's a firm. I power cycled mine, and both lights are lit for EV1, and same for EV2. So Dennis, do you have both lights illuminated? Yes. Look, it just got unhooked. Okay.
Олег, как там камеры заработали?
Sergey, the one in MCC Moscow, are you getting any video from our helmet cameras? Unfortunately, we did not get the video back. Okay, well, we don't know what to do because on both of our cameras, both lights are on. Copy. And be aware that air is in motion now. Copy.
From inside the Russian segment of the station, Russian cosmonaut Sergei Korsakov is sending commands to move the European Robotic Arm into the correct orientation for the installation of the first of the two camera light unit elbow cameras.
Олег, Денис, вы меня слышите?
Да, слышим.
Oleg and Denis, can you hear me?
Проверка связи.
That's affirm. I just wanted to do a comm check with you.
Да, хорошо. А видео есть?
Copy.
Видео нету.
Do you have the video? No joy on the video.
Совсем нету.
No video at all?
Мы вас наблюдаем пока через камеру, которая на МКС.
All we're getting is the view from the ISS cameras, unfortunately.
Олег, Денис, включите светильники, через 1,5 минуты у нас начинается тень.
Oleg and Denis, please turn on the lights because in about a minute and a half we're going to enter eclipse. Copy. We never turned off the U.S. lights. You don't have the Orlan lights on? No. We're kind of trying to conserve their service life.
В случае сближения со станцией или каких-то нештатных ситуаций сразу же доложить на землю.
Okay, now we're gonna maneuver the arm, and if you see any signs of the arm getting close to station structure or any of its elements, please let us know right away. Copy, will do.
So mine are on. I think let's check the lights. Okay.
Мне надо тебя перецепить.
I want you to rehook you. Are you holding on? Yes, I'm holding on with my hands.
Я тебя за тот же просто.
Да, давай, я за эту, за платформу с адаптерами держусь.
I'm holding on to the adapter platform.
Олег, Денис, как у вас получается
Олег, Денис,
наблюдать манипулятор, его перемещения?
are you able to observe the arm moving?
Темно.
Темновато, но...
It's kind of dark, but we are doing our best.
Что-то там в ночи двигается.
Something is moving in the night.
Хорошо.
All right.
Камера у тебя еще пока не заработала, да?
And the camera is still off. Is that right?
Олег, у нас появилось изображение слайка инверсионной.
We're beginning to get some image.
Да, все у нас по циклограмме.
Everything is according to the timeline.
Так.
Пока что у нас идет ожидание. Ждем с опережением на 20 минут.
So far,
Это хорошая новость.
and waiting for 20 minutes here.
Хека работает?
Is Heka operating?
У тебя работает?
Yes, it is operating.
У меня тоже 2 светодиода горят. Не работает?
Mine, I think the indicators are still off. I will need to switch this off and on.
Видел, у нас циклограмма есть на ящике.
Did you see this timeline on the box?
Пропал.
Disappeared.
Не хочет разговаривать.
He doesn't want to talk to us.
Повтори, пожалуйста, вопрос.
Okay, what was your question?
Ты видел, что на кругвеге у нас есть циклограмма?
Did you see the timeline right here?
Тут видишь,
Can you see this?
там Буров есть.
Unintelligible.
Сегодня день рождения.
And
Это он специально так выход сделал. Так что
he has a birthday today, so we can see this.
Сергей Николаевич.
Sergey's,
Да, сегодня у Чебешковой. Да, у Чебешковой сегодня день рождения, да. А ты здесь.
Sergey has a birthday, yes. That's why we think about him.
А, ой, привет, привет.
Okay,
С днем рождения.
hello, I'm right here, and happy birthday to you.
Короче, всех поздравляем, у кого сегодня день рождения.
So we are sending our birthday greetings to everybody who has a birthday today.
Завтра не видно, куда она двигается, но она уже далеко отодвинулась.
So we don't see exactly where the arm is moving, but it is fairly far already. It is in parallel to the handrails
Тому месту, где мы будем ставить
and
камеру.
is already approaching the place where we will be installing the camera.
Это хорошо.
Very good.
Так, ну что?
Он двигается.
So what's now? It keeps moving.
Вам сейчас манипулятор не видно?
Are you able to see the arm?
Энд-эффектор видно хорошо.
We'll see the end effector clearly.
Стоит. Вот вам, наверное, тоже видно энд-эффектор.
You can probably see the end effector as well.
У нас еще примерно минут 9 ожидаемо.
We have about 9 more minutes
Вот так вот, если
to go.
повернуть камеру.
What if you move the camera this way?
Да, мы видим, но не все.
Yes,
По крайней мере, что мы уже в другом положении мы это наблюдаем.
we can see in this position better.
Твое поздравление с Русом. Я очень благодарен тебе.
Да, приветище мы большой.
Unintelligible.
Спутников больше нету. Так бы запустили бы.
It said we have no satellites to deploy today. It would be nice to do that on his birthday.
А Ера движется.
Ira keeps moving.
Стоит параллельно.
It's in parallel to MLM at this time. Good.
Да. Простаиваем.
So we just keep waiting.
Так, ну ладно, давай посмотрим, что мы там должны делать.
Let's see what will be our next steps.
Камеру ставить.
We'll be installing a CLU camera.
А, после перемещения у нас отдых будет сейчас, 13 минут.
And we'll be
Это параллельно с перемещением манипулятора. Отдых наш будет.
translating. So, translating, no, this is your time for rest. That's what you are doing.
Если вы устаете, вы обязательно об этом скажите.
Да некогда уставать.
Just make sure you will be well rested. There will be no time to get tired.
Так, потом мы переход в зону установки КЛ-4.
Then we'll translate to CLU4 installation area.
Отлично.
Very good.
Так, а ты камеру взял?
Did you take the camera? If it seems to still be attached to me.
Начал за пленки. Пленки.
Выключи security Орлана на своем скафандре.
And Orlan lights can be turned off at this time. That is done.
Не хватает света?
Да. Все, слабая батарейка, да? Это правильно. Так, все ближе и ближе манипулятор.
So the arm is getting closer and closer to the installation area. Perfect.
Примерно метр 20, наверное.
And would you assess the distance?
Метр.
Maybe a meter, 1 meter, 10 centimeters.
Бесшумно стала работать Ера.
Ira is moving silently, very quiet.
Да, смазали. Молодец, Сергей.
Sergey is doing a good job. Well, we've been training it, so now it is well trained.
Да, на прошлом выходе такого не было.
That was different last time. So, not able to see the end effect at the time. Well, because we turned away, can you please show us one more time? No problem. Time to take a picture. Let's start translating to the camera installation area. Are you still able to see the arm? Yes. Wait a second. You are in my way. Okay. That's good now. I think we are good.
задействовать радийщик.
Сейчас подойду к тебе.
Okay, let me get closer to you.
О, теперь сразу...
Да, вот сюда у нас соседи. Ага.
Так. Пойдешь?
Да, здесь я перейду.
Ну, да.
Yes, translating now.
А какой там у нас поручень?
Which handrail do we have?
Какой вам будет удобно ближе к платформе установки?
It will be closer to the installation platform
О, 4102.
4102. Copy, 4102.
Так,
Удобно с этой форсом дотянуть до площадки установки?
подожди. Мы только пришли тут.
Stand by, we have just arrived.
Надо осмотреться.
Я просто к тому, чтобы оценить.
We need
Вот, мы оцениваем.
to look around.
Так, вот он манипулятор.
Okay, I see where the
Так, вот он
arm is. This is the installation area,
гидролаборатория.
and the lab is over there.
Удивительно.
Да. Так, это вот это место же, да?
So this is the location, right?
Так, ну вот мы подошли к поручню номер 1.
We are by handrail number 1, and here we can get attached. Yes.
Вы можете пока что подготовить камеру,
Prepare still your camera,
устанавливать выбор желтого.
and the installation is now go.
Давай, нет. Готовь.
Okay, copy. Okay, then go ahead, prepare it.
Так, а мне что нужно?
Так. На мне два карабина.
I have 2 hooks on me here.
This is Mission Control Houston. We're approaching the 1-hour mark into today's spacewalk by Oleg Artemyev and Denis Matveev. They began their spacewalk at 8:53 a.m. Central, 9:53 a.m. Eastern Time with the opening of the hatch to the Poisk airlock on the space-facing side of the International Space Station. They are in the process of setting up all of the tools associated with the installation of the first of 2 cameras on the elbow areas of the 36-foot-long European Robotic Arm. The camera light units that help illuminate work that the arm will be doing along various areas of the Russian segment of the station in the vicinity of the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module. These elbow cameras to be installed will provide great visual cues for the Russian cosmonauts working not only inside the International Space Station's Russian segment, but for the spacewalkers of the future themselves.
And this is the handle. Okay, so the connectors are on my side, and it needs to be facing the end effector. Please check again the number that is written on the camera. It says crew 4. CLU4.
Отлично, хорошо. Так,
Perfect, that's the one. So we are
правильно открываешь
opening the
подъемы.
connectors.
Фиксируй клапан этот при помощи
correct.
ротового соединителя.
Also secure the MLI flap. Whoa. Why do I need to secure it? With what?
А к чему фиксировать?
To what?
Отогни ее таким образом, чтобы она не мешала для установки камер. Там должна быть ворсовка.
Just bend it away, so there should be.
Сделай так, чтобы отогни, чтобы она... Придержи, а Денис...
Velcro on the side, perhaps, or maybe you will just hold on so it's not in the way. So make sure it's out of your way. Okay, we'll do that. So which wrench are we using first? ERA 6. Okay, I have it. Okay, I will hold on to the flap and you will push the camera onto the installation spot. All right. Okay, that's working out.
Так, а почему у нас тут нету?
Там я вот два отверстия наблюдал, не три.
So I watched, look, there were two openings, not three. No, that is correct. So it is going to be attached on 3 bolts. That is correct, 3 bolts. Okay, now I'm screwing them on. Okay, we need a third one. No, this one. These will go first. Just engage them first. Now the ratchet wrench. Right after engaging. You can try the ratchet wrench at this time. May work. That's what we are talking about. No, I thought we should engage it also more at first.
Олег, сюда не надо пока устанавливать.
No, Oleg.
Устанавливаем болт номер 2.
Not here. Start with bolt number 2. That should be the first one. I am just engaging it. I'm not screwing it all completely.
Нам нужно притянуть болт номер 2, номер 4, номер 5.
Number 2.
Пока не трогаем.
Number 4, number 6. Don't touch bolt number 5. Don't touch number 6 yet.
Прижму как-то. Так, сначала номер 4, да?
Okay, start with number 4.
Да?
Right?
Нужно
Yes.
затянуть 2, 4, 5.
Tighten number 2, number 4, and number 5.
Да, вот этим ключом ERA6 просто от руки
затяните,
потому что на ключе
ERA4, you can
4,
turn it by hand,
там не такой уж большой момент.
Number 4 that will need ratchet wrench will not need great torque. Okay, number 2 is tightened. Now I'm taking the ratchet.
2, 4, 5.
Now, number 2, number 4, and number 5.
Сначала сразу этим моментом крутить или сначала барашком все прокрутить?
Should I get the ratchet wrench right away or by hand first? By hand first.
Так.
Okay.
2 прокрутил.
2 done.
И 6 теперь.
6, нет, 5
Now number 5, not 6, number 5.
Не крути пока. Вот.
All right.
Посмотри, если тебе будет удобно, в принципе, можно сейчас поручень этим ключом открутить.
Also, if convenient, you can attach the handrail as well.
А за что держаться?
What am I supposed to hold on to?
Хорошо, ну, да, тогда...
Okay, no, just forget it.
Страховать же надо.
Залезть на сумку и чинить ее.
Because it will need to be secured by tether first.
Все, подожди. Вот это, все, подожди.
Okay. Stand by, let me adjust the position, and I will try to hold it on here.
Да, что ж такие?
О,
Придумал. Болты здесь.
Okay.
На крохот.
Who decided to design bolts like that?
Угу. Так, а ключ как гидролаборатории не работает.
а вот так.
Раскачивает.
So it's not quite engaging.
3 болта.
But okay, 3 bolts have been tightened, at least preliminary.
Так, все. Так, моментный ключ у нас в круглом-бэке. Круглом-бэк.
I understand that the ratchet wrench is in the crew lock bag. Yes. All right.
В круглом-бэке у нас тоже есть моментный ключ.
Well, we have the ratchet wrench. Yes, it's probably in another.
Моменты есть.
Yeah, we're looking for the ratchet wrench. All right.
Так, давайте.
На тренировке говорили Гера 5, Гера 6.
During the sim, we were saying era 5, era 6. Now we're calling it ratchet wrench. Yes, it should be era 4 wrench. And the retainer, you can move the boom retainer to the side, to the left.
Четвертый тоже сделал.
Yeah, holding it here.
И пятый тоже сделал.
And number 5 is tightened, and 4 has been tightened. So we are returning the wrench back inside the bundle. All right. And now
Соединить, рассоединить, да?
we're working on mating, demating.
Так, у нас сейчас
Yes, you should take era 6 wrench and install in place.
Гера 6 это...
Era 6 is the regular one, right? It's like a spanner.
Так, нам надо крутить.
We need to rotate
Против клетки.
counterclockwise.
Ух ты.
Look at that.
Ага, вот.
Okay,
Затянул был.
now I can see it. I can see it.
Начинаем крутить.
So we start rotating. Do you want to hold it? Are you starting to rotate it counterclockwise? And please monitor the indicator.
Крутить.
Can you lift?
This view from a helmet camera on Denis Matveev, 1 hour, 9 minutes into the spacewalk as he and Oleg Artemyev work on the installation of the first of 2 camera light unit elbow cameras.
Can you turn it?
These cameras will provide visual acuity and cues for future spacewalkers and for the Russian cosmonauts working inside the International Space Station, operating the European Robotic Arm that is affixed to the Nauka multi-purpose laboratory module. This, the first of the tasks on tap for today's spacewalk that began at 8:53 a.m. Central Time, 9:53 a.m. Eastern Time.
Can you ask again? Can you tell me again? 26. It's 26. We copy, Oleg. That's good. Sounds good. Indicator shows half. It went through the half mark. We copy. Three quarters. In the position, mated, connected. Well, it needs to go to the very end, right? Well, can you try the other connectors? Yes. The indicator should be at the end position. Yes, I understand, but it's still rotating. That's it? It has been tightened up. I copy, Oleg. Now take the wrench, and we'll be closing the MLI flap. All right. So MLI flap is closed, but I understand that it doesn't make much of a difference. So where shall we take the handrail? Crew log bag. And you should secure it with one of the tethers. All right. All right. That's very interesting. Where is the cover? Oh, it's not a cover. It's not like a cap. Is it going through? I've got it. I think we can loosen it up even more. It has been loosened up. All right, let me take my tether away. So I've removed mine. And hold on here. All right? Sergey, about that hook that was connected to the camera. What shall we do? The hook that is on the tether side out, the tether. It's a safety tether, right? The camera has been installed. What's important is once we install the camera, we need to have the number, the serial number for it. You can come closer, then you can start movement. And then please remove the cover, the cap. Yes, don't forget about the cap. Yes, it'll be much better with the cap. Of course. Yes, these were some additional means we've installed. Unintelligible. Is it working? Yes, I've secured it in place. So first I have to remove the cap. So I took a photo of the serial number for the camera. So the cap has been removed. We copy. All right. Yes. Don't forget about the cap. Let's do it.
Artemyev and Matveev have now installed the first of the two elbow cameras on the European Robotic Arm.
Yes.
They began the spacewalk about 30 minutes behind schedule, but have made up the time as they've gone along and are just about right on the timeline for the day. There's a good view of Oleg Artemyev in the Orlan suit with the red stripes on the left, joined by Denis Matveev on the right. The next task for the two spacewalkers will be the removal of thermal insulation from one of the two end effectors or hands on the European Robotic Arm that covers a series of launch restraints.
Yes, I'm just saying that'll be the regulation of TRM. Let me turn the camera off. Yes, it's off, OFF. Okay, now give me the cover. We will place it where we can find it easy. Yes, I think we might need it again sometime in the future. Give it to me. I don't see it. Where is the ring? On your side. Okay, the large hook. Oh, it's installing itself practically. Shall we leave? So are we translating back? Shall we go? Let's go. So we're translating. Although this camera probably should have been installed here, that's more handy, but that's okay. I think you caught the antenna with your bag. All right, I copy. ВТО 3. Are you ready for VTO 3? Yes. And I have vacated some space on this side. All right, we'll need to secure it. It looks a bit different. We just need to figure out what should be what and where. I guess it'll work the way it is. Yes. We just need to secure it in place. Okay, take your small hook on your side. All right. All right. And I remove it. And here it is. Just pull it, pull it. All right. Second bolt. Yeah, the second bolt is on my side. Let me put a wire tie on it. And your finger is actually holding on to the big protective ring. That is true. Oleg, Denis? Go ahead. Oleg? Turn off STR, and the handle cold, heat, put in the position 1. And Denis, what about you? What's the position of the handle? 0. Is it the upper position? Yes, it shows 0. I copy. Oleg, to start with, could you put it in position 1? And you can turn off the STR. Okay, so we'll be saving the resources. So the STR is off. And which position did you say? Denis. Oleg, for you it's position 1, and for Denis, don't do anything with it. Just hold off. So how do you feel about the heat consumption? Is it a little chilly for you? No, it's very comfortable. All right, that's excellent. That's all for right now. Denis, you can prepare the safety tether. That safety tether can be attached to a soft handrail ring on one side, and the other end should be attached to the MLM handrail. Will do. I think that's it. Did you remove the camera, or is it inside the bag? Do you have tethers with other hooks? Look for the one on the crew bag, because the tether with hooks will need to be brought inside later. All right, let me just get another one. Well, is your camera on? So we can take that. Denis, the one that you've taken from the crew log bag, what's the most important is that it will work? Are you trying, Oleg, to take it down with the range 220? I've actually moved it already. Also, it did happen, yes. I just need to keep rotating it. Let's secure it in place first. Yes, it's been secured. But now, where shall I secure it? Onto the handrail? Yes. What is that? Is that normal? Is that to be expected? Or will it not separate, or will it stay? You can take the other side of the hook of the same tether to the MLM. All right, let me do that. Let me stretch it out. And for right now, you can use a wire tie and take the MLA cover that you've removed from the ring. Will do. Just you don't need to turn down the ring to the very end. So shall we keep it? Here? Yes. You should take the MLI cover that you have previously removed from the ring and put it on the wire tie. Okay, just hold it for right now. I'll take the wrench. Holding. All right. Where is your cover? It's right here. Hold it, hold it. We should take some spare batteries for the EVAs. It's a good lesson. Otherwise, we'll be working on the injector. All right. It is secured with a wire tie, the soft MLI, and let me take another hook on this end. All right. You have this tether, and where is it attached to? For the time being, it's going downwards. So will the ring be staying close by on the handrail? Yes. That is correct. All right, then. It's done. And we are removing it. So how many safety tethers do you have? Let me see, 2. One on the camera and one for the bundle, and then that we copy. Then remove the ring. Try to put the ring back on and do 2 turns. Denis, so I'm going to unhook yours.
The 2 cosmonauts are continuing to work on the removal of thermal insulation and the removal of a launch restraint mechanism from end effector number 2 on the European Robotic Arm, one of 2 identical hands or end effectors on opposite ends of the 36-foot-long arm that is attached to the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module. We're at the 1 hour 30-minute mark into the spacewalk for today, planned for about 6 hours and 45 minutes. The major objective is the continuing outfitting of the European Robotic Arm with the installation of cameras, the testing of a torque mechanism on both of the 2 end effectors of that arm, and the relocation of an external control panel on the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module to which the arm is affixed.
Transportation tether, so it's closer to the MLM shell. We'll do it. Let's see. Sergey. Now we need to use the valve or the flap. Yes, and then you need to, exactly, you need to close the MLI on this side, closer to the edge. Yes, I've got something like this. It's pretty narrow. Is that it? Yes, but it has not been secured yet. All right. Let me secure it in place first. It's possible on your spacesuit you will have a message saying that your voltage is low. So once it falls below 25, you get a message generated. Yours should be 25.2. No, it shows 25.8. All right, Oleg. In that case, please press on. On this side, then? From this side? Yes. So I am disconnecting the connector on this side. So give me this fabric, this flap. It's interesting, isn't it? Oh, I guess we should have turned it to the opposite side, but the helmets are on this side. But do we have Velcro on the other side?
The camera numbers for the helmet cameras that we offered earlier actually are reversed for the cosmonauts. This is the view from Denis Matveev as he works
right arm
at one of the 2 elbow areas of the European Robotic Arm, along with Oleg Artemyev. the Expedition 67 commander.
Even in case we need to adjust. So the ring has been removed, the MLI flap is down, so what do we do next? We copy all Oleg. So the ring has been secured. Could you please secure it with the help of the wire ties to the nearby handrail? So we could clearly leave the ring there for some time. What else do we need to do? The start ring, the one that you've taken down, we can put it on the equipment tether closer to the MLM. So we want to make sure they have 2 points to secure them. You should have time. Okay, now I understand the requirement. Thank you, Oleg. And Denis, you can translate to handrail 4114, where you were observing the translation of the manipulator. Will do. Let me just hook and unhook. I'm not holding to anything. That's the end. Thank you. So the ring has been secured with the wire tie. Oleg, that sounds great. Thank you so much. So let's translate to handrail 4114. And we are monitoring your progress.
This is Mission Control Houston. The 2 cosmonauts are back on the timeline, having made up for lost time at the beginning of the spacewalk that began a few minutes behind schedule. Now 1 hour 36 minutes into the spacewalk. At the bottom of your screen, basically, is Oleg Artemyev wearing the Orlan suit with the red stripes. At the top of your screen, Denis Matveev, his spacewalking partner, in the Orlan suit with the blue stripes. They have installed one of 2 cameras on the elbow areas of the European Robotic Arm and have removed thermal insulation and a launch restraint from one of the 2 end effectors or hands at opposite ends of the arm. Now they'll wait for Sergei Korsakov inside the Russian segment of the station to maneuver the arm into the right configuration and orientation to enable them to install the second of the 2 elbow cameras called Camera Light Unit number 3 on the European Robotic Arm.
Copy, Oleg. Oleg, ERA is nominal. That is excellent. Good news. Oleg, we're taking a break. And Oleg, what is the voltage for the suit? 25.6. 25.6.
Transitioning now for a moment to a wider view of the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module. The extended European robotic arm in the foreground, and above it the 2 cosmonauts who are working to retrieve equipment for the installation of the second of the 2 camera light unit elbow cameras that will provide good visual cues in the future for spacewalking tasks outside of the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module.
Денис, можно я еще разочек тебя спрошу?
Dennis, can I ask one more time?
Два файла страховочных, правильно?
We have 2 safety tethers on the bundle. Is that correct? Let me double check, but that's what I believe.
Он второй у тебя сзади. А он у тебя, ты в него залез просто. Вот, два.
You just got in between them. That's why you only see one on each side. But there are actually 2 tethers.
Завернулся за ноги.
They just wrap.
A good view from Oleg Artemyev's helmet camera as the International Space Station flies 260 statute miles above the North Atlantic, about to begin a northwest to southeasterly trajectory that will carry the International Space Station and its crew members across the northwest coast of Africa.
It's kind of easier to carry around because it doesn't flail around as you walk. Yeah, just double hook it and that looks good. That's a good config.
Ключ, который ER4, которым мы протягивали камеру, он у нас на поручне второй камеры, правильно?
And
Ну да.
the
Хорошо.
Так, а после того, как мы поставим камеру, куда мы его деваем?
safety tether is attached to, or the equipment tether is attached to the camera. So when we change out and install the new camera, what are we going to do with it? We're going to put it back inside the crew log bag. Because we might need it when we start working with other equipment, namely the R&R of the glass caps, protective glass caps. Okay.
Единственная камера, не видишь?
Снизу.
С какого боку?
Слева больше.
Слева
больше.
Вот она, да? Запутались?
Не, нормально.
Это, наверное, когда ключ трещотку нажимал.
Here it is. I think that's the ratchet wrench.
Олег.
Да.
Oleg?
Тумблер, основной насос включен или как?
Can you check your primary pump power switch and see if it's on or not? It's off because I'm conserving electricity. Copy.
Не перегревайся.
But make sure you don't overheat.
Нормально.
So far, so good. I don't feel uncomfortable. Especially because of the
25
low voltage.
сообщений напряжение мало, но
Yeah.
системы работают.
We usually get a message voltage low at 25 volts. However, that's very conservative.
Так что если
We still have a lot of margin.
своевременно сообщат,
Oh, that makes sense.
пока работайте.
А какой у нас самый большой потребитель?
Олег, ты меня спросил, я не разобрал.
Да. Какой самый большой потребитель в скафандре?
So, what's the biggest power consuming a component of the Orlan suit?
А какой меньше
I
расходы, резервные или
would probably guess it's the fan.
Примерно одинаковые. Вентиляторы стоят параллельно.
The fans are installed in parallel, so they're pretty much drawing equal power.
подскочило? Стало 25.7.
Yeah, but for some reason it just rose to 25.7.
Олег, Денис, начинается движение манипулятора.
Okay, guys, Sergey is starting to move the arm, so please keep your eyes on the arm motion. Okay? How are we doing on the timeline, Sergey?
Олег, повтори еще раз, пожалуйста.
How are we doing on the timeline?
Олег, еще раз неразборчиво.
Oleg.
Нет, мы пока идем на 15 минут с опережением.
Right now, we're about 15 minutes ahead of the timeline. Well, that's not bad.
This is Mission Control Houston, 1 hour, 51 minutes into today's spacewalk. The view from Oleg Artemyev's helmet camera, looking at Denis Matveev as the two work through the next task of today's spacewalk, the 252nd in support of assembly, maintenance, and upgrades of the International Space Station. The next item on the docket is the installation of the second of two camera light unit elbow cameras for the European Robotic Arm. The first of those two cameras installed as the first task right off the bat today, followed by the removal of thermal insulation and a launch restraint ring from one of the two end effectors or hands on the European Robotic Arm.
Олег, Денис, сейчас будет включаться лазер на манипуляторе, на камерах. Не смотрите в сторону камер манипулятора.
Dennis and Oleg, here's a warning for you. We're about to turn on the laser on the cameras, so please look away from the arm and the arm cameras. Copy?
Олег, Денис, начинаем перемещение в зону установки камеры КЛУ-3.
Oleg, let's start translating to the next work site where you will be installing CLU-3.
здесь, да?
Можешь мой потом перецепить на одну туда?
Давай. Давай.
Can you hold this for me while I move to the other side? Okay.
Так, на какой порции идем?
Which handrail are we going to?
Так, ну что, камеру.
Чуть поближе камеру. Чуть поближе сейчас.
The camera.
Давай, камеру говоришь.
Угу.
Камеру говоришь.
Did you say camera?
Камера, правильно?
So you're in the area where the camera needs to be installed?
Тогда представим к установке. Олег, ты
Yes, we're trying to assume the working position.
чехол FT. Денис, а ты извлекай камеру.
Okay, go ahead and open the MLI flap, Oleg, under which the connector is located. And Dennis, in the meantime, you can start removing the covers from the cameras you brought with you.
А куда этот ключ ERA-4? Так, а куда этот ключ ERA-4?
Да это потом. Давай сначала это камеру поставим, потом уже будем.
Давай.
What about Euro 4? How about we work with the cameras first, finish those, and then we'll deal with other things later. Okay.
This is Mission Control Houston, 2 hours into today's spacewalk. Artemyev and Matveev continue to work very efficiently in the process of installing the second of 2 elbow cameras for camera and light units on the 36-foot-long European Robotic Arm that's on the Nauka Multipurpose Laboratory module. The spacewalk got underway at 8:53 a.m. Central Time, 9:53 a.m. Eastern Time, a few minutes behind the timeline, but the crew has made up for lost time and is running slightly ahead of the phased elapsed time, the duration of the spacewalk as we speak. This is the 7th spacewalk in Oleg Artemyev's career, the 3rd for Matveev, the 4th spacewalk for Expedition 67, and the 7th spacewalk conducted out of the International Space Station this year.
Okay, then I definitely need a heavy artillery here. I'm going to use a range. Make sure you oriented in the direction of the handrail. Yeah, but I need to rotate my body 180 degrees so that my feet end up where my head is right now. And you have the camera with you? Yes, I'm holding it in my hands. Okay. All right. I'm in possession of it. Do you have a good grapple on it? I do. Excellent.
Олег, напоминаю, болт 2, 4, 5.
Да.
Oleg, just a reminder, 2, 4, and 5. Yes, I remember.
Так. Номер 2 завернул.
Number 2 is tightened. Copy, Oleg.
Так, если встретишь этого человека, который болты такие делал. Хороший человек или не очень? Не трогай его.
I'd like to look into the eyes of the person who actually manufactured and made these bolts. Would you say it was a good person or not? No, he's mine, Dennis. That guy is definitely mine. Well, I got one. Okay, now I need to have the wing nut. And set the range for tightening.
Сейчас протягиваем момент.
Не, мы уже в крылу раздвигаем.
What are you doing right now, guys? We are working with the Strela now. Oh, wait. Oleg, 3 minutes to eclipse. Okay. I don't know if it's good or bad.
Все, протянули 3 болта.
Okay, 3 bolts are in.
Приступаем к соединению.
And now we're going to be making the connections. We copy and concur. Your go to make the connectors.
Не, за ключ можешь. Подтяни его. Вот так.
Есть. Давай, могу держать его.
Okay, let me hold this. Hold it with your hands.
Двигается индикатор, наблюдаю его.
Indicator is moving. It is moved by about 1/4.
Половина.
Indicator is at half.
Напряжение мало, у меня выскочило.
I have a message, voltage low.
Так, он до конца дотягивает.
Inaudible.
Все.
Okay,
Так, его надо протягивать?
this is done. Do I have to pass it through here?
Олег,
Oleg?
Да.
Yes?
по дисплею какое напряжение? Вот
On the display, what is the value of the voltage? You mentioned voltage is low message flashed.
24.8.
The value is 24.8.
Я включил насос.
Copy. This is after a pump has been turned on.
включаешь и отключаешь.
Yes, we see the voltage fluctuation as you turn on and off that pump.
Так. Значит, соедини... теперь эту самую крышечку надо снимать.
Okay, so now we remove cover and then we do the handle.
Да.
Did you complete the tightening until full stop? Affirmative.
Что у нас осталось? Крышечка, короче, и складываем штиль со стороны разъема.
The cover must be installed from the connector side.
С этой стороны.
It goes on your side.
Так, крышечка снята.
The cover is off. When glass panes are clear.
Теперь этот ключ надо.
Okay, so now we have to use the tool, and in the meantime, I will close the MLI. MLI is closed.
Так, давай этот снимем.
Okay, let's remove this one. Okay, this is to open. Oleg, you need to go back towards MRM2. What happened? Oleg, can you translate across the arm? And what do I do after this? Then you have to go to the airlock. Okay, let me help you. Oleg, you are going back to the airlock.
Помоги Олегу перескочить через манипулятор.
Denis, please assist Oleg as he translates across the arm. Okay, let us clean up at the work site, finish with the camera, and then we'll start translating. Okay, where do I put the tool? Put it in the crew log bag.
Крылок ты снимай с себя, оставляй Денису.
Oleg, please remove the crew log bag and hand it over to Denis.
Ты не переживай, сиди спокойно, не волнуйся, все хорошо.
Oleg, please, do not worry. Everything is fine. You are okay. Oh, me worry? No way. Okay, here's the tool.
И туда еще эту ты ручку положим.
Yeah, the handle goes in there too. Okay, let me turn it around. Let's use one hook for both. Okay, the handle goes here. Well, guess what? It does not fit. What are we going to do? Okay, let's do it like this. Right here.
Денис, если сейчас не получается...
Oleg, Denis, if you are not able to stow handrails in the crew log bag, leave them temp stowed and let Oleg start his translation. Okay, give us couple of minutes.
2 минуты даем.
Okay, you got 2 minutes.
Это тоже застрахован, да?
Олег.
Давай, отцепляй. Сразу отцепляй. Да.
Oleg?
Да.
Какое напряжение?
Go ahead.
Я тебя слушаю.
What's the value of the voltage on the display? 23.7.
Это уже очень низкое напряжение. Тебе надо срочно надо возвращаться.
Oleg, you must return to the airlock as soon as possible. Because if you lose power, it is not only the pump and the fan. You will lose comms. So you have to go back. I understand. Oleg, drop everything and go back.
Олег, ты идешь по СТУ, а Денис пойдет по...
And Oleg, you will translate via VKD, and Denis will translate via lanyards. And when you are back in the airlock, you will connect the service umbilical and switch to station power. So this is a heads up for you, so that you don't wait for the EV hatch to close. Okay, maybe it's not a good idea to hand the crew lock back to you, Denis, because it's a little tangled. Oleg, we will take care of this with Denis. Your objective is to go back as soon as possible. Okay, I will.
This is Mission Control Houston, 2 hours, 17 minutes into today's spacewalk. Oleg Artemyev reporting a slight fluctuation in the voltage on his Orlan spacesuit. Russian flight controllers directed him to return to the Poisk airlock. Denis Matveev is still outside conducting work in the installation of the second of 2 camera light unit elbow cameras on the European Robotic Arm, and will be standing by for further word from the Russian flight controllers on whether or not this voltage fluctuation has any impact on the rest of today's spacewalk.
The U.S. lights will continue operating. Yes, affirmative. Okay, Denis, you detached your tethers here? Is everything okay? Yes, everything is fine. Okay, so now I have to jump across the arm. So here's what we do. I am going to skip over, and you will undo my hook. Oleg, this is Solovyov. Drop everything and start going back right away. Yes, yes. How copy? Copy. So Oleg, go back and connect to station power. Yes, I copy. Vladimir Alexeyevich, I copy and understand. Immediate return to airlock. Yes, and connect to station power. Affirmative, connect to station power. Okay, Oleg, please start going back. Yes, in work. I'm already putting my legs across the arm. Okay, grab this. Okay, got it. Denis, you going to be okay without this ring?
This is Mission Control Houston, 2 hours, 20 minutes into the spacewalk. Just to reiterate, Oleg Artemyev, the Expedition 67 commander, working outside with Denis Matveev on the installation of the second of 2 camera light unit elbow cameras on the European Robotic Arm, noted an unexpected fluctuation in the battery power in his Russian Orlan spacesuit, and he was directed by Russian flight controllers to return to the Poisk airlock to be put back on internal power from the International Space Station. The Russian flight controllers are assessing whether or not this will impact the spacewalk. Artemyev is in no danger whatsoever. He's very close to the Poisk airlock and will be re-entering the airlock momentarily.
You got plenty of time.
The 2 spacewalkers began their spacewalk today at 8:53 a.m. Central Time, 9:53 a.m. Eastern Time, by opening the hatch to Poisk, and had completed the installation of 2 elbow cameras for the European Robotic Arm and the removal of thermal insulation and a launch restraint ring from one of the 2 end effectors or hands on the European arm. The tasks in front of the 2 cosmonauts for the rest of the day included the relocation and connection of an external control panel from one base point to another on the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module, the testing of a torque rigidizing mechanism on the 2 end effector hands on the arm, and some other maintenance tasks and outfitting work for the European Robotic Arm.
Are tethered to your Orlan, correct? Affirmative. One on the short tether and the other is on the attachable tether. Okay, now let us move a little bit away from this side and secure the camera bundle on handrail 4105. We don't need this bundle anymore because, since it's empty.
Олег, если вдруг у нас потеряется с тобой связь,
Oleg, if we lose comm unexpectedly, select the use of injector if the fan goes off. Okay, will do.
Давай не за 45, не за 41.05, а за 41.07 застрахуем.
Denis, update on the handrail number. Use 4107 to secure the camera bundle. Okay, copy. Oleg, we lost the image. Inaudible. Please provide voice commentary. Okay, I'm finalizing the camera bundle on the handrail. Denis, Oleg, please provide detailed voice commentary.
Yes.
This is Oleg. I have stepped off the Strela. I'm at the EV hatch. I'm ready to ingress. Ingress the airlock and connect to the station power. Copy, ingressing. Battery voltage 23.6. We copy, Oleg.
напоминаю, значит,
Oleg, a reminder, once you connect to station power, activate ST1 power. Pump will continue operating. Switch to station power. Sublimator will continue operating. We will do the drying once Denis is back in the airlock.
Да, надо на этот самый, на Орлан солнечные батареи, чтобы можно было подзаряжать.
I think we need some solar panels on the Orlans so we can recharge during the EVA. Inaudible. Denis, I am on handrail 4107, moving 0006, moving on to 4107. Okay, secure the bundle as close to the handrail as possible. After this is done, take a break, catch some rest. Okay, will do.
Так, люк закрывать, да?
Okay, am I closing the hatch? Inaudible.
Я аккумулятор поменяю, вернусь.
Давай.
Okay, I will swap the battery and be back.
Так, защитное кольцо снимаю.
So, should I remove the protective ring?
Так, Серег, застраховал вкладку максимально.
Sergey, I secured the bundle without slack as much as possible.
This is Mission Control Houston, almost 2.5 hours into today's spacewalk. Oleg Artemyev, the Expedition 67 commander, back inside the Poisk airlock, back on International Space Station power, following an unexpected fluctuation in the voltage, the battery voltage on his Orlan spacesuit. Denis Matveev is approaching the airlock itself. We're waiting for further word from the Russian flight control team on how we will be proceeding today. Matveev and Artemyev were in the process of wrapping up the installation of the second of two camera light unit elbow cameras on the European Robotic Arm when this unexpected drop in voltage was detected. Artemyev is not in any danger. He's back inside the safety of the airlock, back on International Space Station power.
Station power in progress. So, are you still trying to connect, or you're complete with connecting the umbilical? I have connected the electrical umbilical. What do we do next?
Олег.
Раз, два, три.
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.
Ну, если ты
Олег. Yes, Gena.
питание СК-1 на Бове.
Once electrical umbilical is connected, turn on Orlan 1 power on EVA support panel.
Пока не будем подстыковывать, сублиматор будет охлаждение давать.
We're not going to connect the cooling umbilical because the sublimator is still operating. Okay, Orlan 1 power is on the panel. Turning off the load and transitioning to station power. Gena, after I connected to the electrical umbilical, the voltage dropped to 20.
Cleaning up the work site at the moment.
We still see 23.2. Okay, then there was some sort of noise and it jumped to 26. Now it's 25.9. Your power switch is in auto? Affirmative. That's a mystery. I agree. It's as if something has nudged it and it started showing nominal values. Okay. Still, switch to station power. Shut down pumps and fan. Power switch to station and back. I'm on station power. Copy.
Ну, в общем, регулируй себе тепловое состояние и пока.
Okay, so now adjust your thermal control and then
This is Mission Control Houston. You're looking at a view from the helmet camera of Oleg Artemyev inside the Poisk airlock. He was directed to return to the airlock and place his suit on internal ISS power after experiencing an unexpected fluctuation in battery power for his Orlan suit about 20 minutes ago. Artemyev is in the safety of the airlock, never was in any danger. Denis Matveev remains just outside of the airlock, waiting for further direction from the Russian mission control team in Korolyov as to how we may be proceeding with today's spacewalk.
I should be able to translate by the arm. Inaudible. Okay, I am translating to 4114.
So electrical file is completely connected. Right, and I'm on 1406 now, 1407. Just take your time to get to the area. All right. Unintelligible. All right. Rest for now. I'm not tired. To make sure that take the tether with me, 25 meters. I'm at 4114. So rest for now. Okay, I will.
This is Mission Control Houston. Just to recap, Oleg Artemyev, the Expedition 67 commander, is inside the Poisk airlock on internal International Space Station battery power, having been directed to return to the airlock about 30 minutes ago, following an unexpected fluctuation in the battery power, the voltage readings on his Orlan spacesuit. Artemyev was never in any danger, made his way back into the airlock. Denis Matveev is in the vicinity of the airlock itself as the two cosmonauts await further direction from the flight control team in Korolyov outside Moscow at the Russian Mission Control Center as to how we intend to proceed with today's spacewalk. The two cosmonauts had completed the installation of two cameras on the elbow areas of the European Robotic Arm and had removed thermal insulation and a launch restraint from one of the two end effectors or hands of the arm at the time the voltage fluctuation was detected.
Будет светлее. Денис, у нас через минуту выйдет солнце.
In 1 minute we have sunrise.
Хорошо.
All right.
Олег, скажи, пожалуйста, ты выключил?
Oleg, how about Heka camera? Is it off?
Выключил.
No, it's on. Do I need to turn it off? Yes, please.
Кирку оставить.
Or it can be kept on. So which one am I turning off? Heka.
Так, это у нас вот это, наверное, да?
So this one, I think.
Выключилось.
It's off.
Please, Олег.
Copy, Oleg.
Денис, как ты себя чувствуешь?
Denis, how are you doing there? I'm good.
Холодно стоять.
Are you getting cold? I'm all right.
Денис, повтори еще раз.
Say it again.
Все холодно.
Inaudible.
This is Mission Control Houston, 2 hours, 50 minutes into today's spacewalk. Oleg Artemyev inside the Poisk airlock on International Space Station power for his Orlan spacesuit. It was about 40 minutes ago that he detected a drop in battery power for the suit, a voltage fluctuation. Russian flight controllers directed him to return to the Poisk airlock. Artemyev was very close to the airlock, never in any danger. Denis Matveev, his spacewalking colleague, remains just outside of the airlock. The Russian flight controllers are placing the European Robotic Arm in a safe configuration while we are standing by for further word from the Russian flight control team on whether or not today's spacewalk will be terminated early or not. It would appear as if Artemyev's suit may be in a configuration right now that would not permit the continuation of the spacewalk, but we're waiting for official confirmation of that.
Если хочешь, у тебя сейчас есть время, можешь пофотографировать.
If you want, Dennis, if you have time now, you can take some pictures. Хорошо. Good.
This is Mission Control Houston. Just to recap, Oleg Artemyev back inside the Poisk airlock on International Space Station power for his Orlan spacesuit that experienced an unexpected fluctuation in voltage, basically a drop in battery power, about 50 minutes ago. Denis Matveev is still outside of the airlock itself, as the Russian flight controllers are working to position the European Robotic Arm in a safe configuration before determining the next step in how we may proceed with the rest of today's spacewalk, which is approaching the 3-hour mark. The two cosmonauts had completed the installation of a pair of cameras for the camera and light units on the elbow areas of the European Robotic Arm. They had other work to do with the arm, including the relocation of an external control panel. All of that work momentarily on hold, pending official word from the Russian flight control team as to how we intend to proceed once the European Robotic Arm is configured in the right and safe orientation. At the time that the voltage drop was noted by Artemyev, he was very close to the Poisk airlock, never in any danger, and the Russian flight controllers moved in an orderly fashion to direct him back into the airlock and to place his suit on space station power.
Денис, не смотри в сторону манипулятора. Сейчас будет включаться лавр на камеру.
Dennis, there's a laser up with the arm at this time, so don't look towards the arm. I copy.
This is Mission Control Houston, 3 hours, 7 minutes into today's spacewalk. A view of the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module with Denis Matveev, the Russian cosmonaut, at the top of your screen, working in tandem with cosmonaut Sergei Korsakov, who is inside the Russian segment of the station, as they are configuring the European Robotic Arm that you see extended in the foreground. Matveev and Oleg Artemyev had been working on a variety of tasks in the continuing outfitting of the European Robotic Arm this morning during this spacewalk, the 252nd in support of station assembly maintenance and upgrades. Two cameras for the camera light units on the elbow area of the European Robotic Arm have been installed during today's spacewalk, along with the removal of a launch restraint and some thermal insulation from one of the two end effectors or hands of the robotic arm itself. Almost an hour ago, Artemyev reported an unexpected drop in battery voltage on his Orlan spacesuit. He was directed by the Russian flight controllers to return to the Poisk airlock. He is inside Poisk, hooked up to space station power for his suit, while Matveev does a few cleanup tasks outside. The two cosmonauts awaiting formal and further direction from the Russian flight control team on how today's activities will proceed.
So the boom has started moving. Copy. I'm not looking at it. Or shall I look? Oleg, we are not getting a video from your camera, so just verbally, if you can give us a status update on how you feel, what's going on. Excellent. Just even better than at the start of the EVA. I'm energized, I had a good nap, I had a good rest. That's good. Oleg, thank you. So what are our plans? The manipulator, the arm, will go to the base point. And after that, Denis will translate to the airlock. What about the rings? What about removing the rings? No, we will not be removing them anymore. Not this time. Well, at least maybe we should have taken the cargo boom and no, Oleg. The management gave us clear direction to go to the airlock, and that's what we're going to do. I understand. All right.
This is Mission Control Houston, 3 hours, 14 minutes into today's spacewalk.
We will be activating lasers on the cameras of the manipulator. Please do not look at the manipulator, at the arm. Copy all, will not look and copy.
It has been almost an hour since Oleg Artemyev, the Expedition 67 commander, noted a drop in battery voltage for his Orlan spacesuit. He was directed by the Russian flight control team to return to the Poisk airlock. In the interim, the Russian flight controllers have been assessing the systems and the configuration of the European Robotic Arm that Artemyev and Denis Matveev had been working on in the continuing outfitting of the European Robotic Arm. The crew was just informed that once the arm is placed into the proper configuration, it is in the process, as you see, of being maneuvered to the correct orientation for the completion of today's spacewalk. So we now will be terminating today's spacewalk early. Denis Matveev will return to the airlock to join Artemyev, who is on station power, hooked up to an umbilical inside the Poisk airlock. He was never in any danger during the period in which he detected the drop in voltage for his Orlan spacesuit. Made his way back into the airlock fairly rapidly, and Matveev continued outside working on a few cleanup tasks. But the crew now has been told that today's spacewalk will end early. We'll be waiting for Matveev to return to the airlock and for the hatch to be closed to mark the official end of today's excursion.
перемещение в сторону шлюзового отсека.
So is the translation towards the airlock?
Не спеша, не торопись.
So just start the translation slowly. There is no reason to hurry. Take your time.
Ход камер, и там мы
And then
захватим с собой.
when you cross the camera bundles, just take them with you.
Торопись, времени много, поэтому
Don't be in a hurry. We have plenty of time. Just move along.
идешь один, контролируй страховку.
You are translating by yourself. Therefore, verify the connection, the tethers, and just take your time. Do not be in a hurry.
To recap, today's spacewalk by Oleg Artemyev and Denis Matveev is being ended earlier than had been planned. The decision by the Russian flight controllers to complete the spacewalk ahead of schedule made in the wake of a drop in battery voltage for Artemyev's spacesuit that occurred about an hour ago. The drop in voltage noted at about the 2-hour, 17-minute mark into the spacewalk. We're now at 3 hours, 19 minutes into the spacewalk. Denis Matveev still outside. As you can see in this view, the European Robotic Arm in the process of being maneuvered into its stowed configuration for the remainder of the day. The two cosmonauts had completed the installation of camera and light unit elbow cameras on the arm and had removed a launch restraint and some thermal insulation from one of the two end effector hands that are at both ends of the 36-foot-long European robotic arm. That's when the voltage drop was detected. Artemyev was directed to go back into the Poisk airlock. He placed his suit on ISS power at that time, never was in any danger. Matveev remained outside to complete some of the cleanup work associated with the tasks that he and Artemyev had completed up to that point.
The most important, Denis, is that you take your time, do not be in a hurry, secure the bundle in such a way that it's not interfering with your translation, and then you'll continue on with moving back to the airlocks. Just take your time.
Денис, ты застраховал укладки, правильно?
And have you secured the bundle?
Денис, ты начинаешь уже перемещаться в сторону грузовой стрелы. Хорошо, принято, мы тебя наблюдаем.
We copy and we're getting the video from your suit.
Денис, СТО у нас сейчас оно у балки стрелы, поэтому...
STO is at the cargo boom. When you come closer to the arm, just pay attention to the bundle as well, just to make sure it's not in the way. And then using the lanyard of the strela, then start moving. It's convenient, it's easy, using the lanyard, take your time. All right, I'm just looking to see how to orient myself better. And if you're getting tired, don't hesitate to take a pause, rest, and then continue translation. Will do. I am on Strela.
Это Денис.
We copy, Denis.
This is Mission Control Houston, a look at the Nauka Multipurpose Laboratory Module. At the top of your screen is the European Robotic Arm that is in the final stages of being placed in a stowed configuration, with today's spacewalk by Oleg Artemyev and Denis Matveev being called to an early end due to a voltage drop in Artemyev's spacesuit that occurred a little over an hour ago. Artemyev was never in any danger. He was directed by Russian flight controllers to return to the Poisk airlock, where he placed his suit on umbilicals to receive power from the International Space Station, while Matveev completed some cleanup work outside, and the arm was being maneuvered by Sergei Korsakov, the Russian cosmonaut, inside the Russian segment of the station into a stowed configuration.
Let me check. So, tool caddy is here. We copy.
Проверим карабин. Small red на глиссере.
And small red on glisser.
Да.
Hook is there. Yes, I confirm. Small red.
Точно.
I got it. Small red with the ratchet wrench. Yes, I've got it.
Small red.
Small red for the equipment and tools during the EDA. I've got it. Small red. Got it. We copy Oleg. That's excellent.
The two cosmonauts working with the Russian flight controllers at the Russian Mission Control Center and taking inventory of their equipment before Matveev returns inside the Poisk airlock to join Artemyev, who has been inside for the better part of the past hour on International Space Station power, following the unexpected fluctuation in battery voltage for his Orlan spacesuit that has resulted in an early end to today's spacewalk.
And now
the actual elapsed time of the spacewalk will come to an end with the clock stopping at the time that the hatches closed to Poisk. That will be coming up before long.
So just keep turning. I am. That's good. Excellent. So you got through. That's great.
Я тебя снимаю скрытой камерой.
Look at the camera. Just be careful. Yes, I know.
Да, так хорошо начиналось.
You know, the start was so excellent.
Тоже практически около балки грузовой стрелы. Буквально тебе пару звеньев осталось.
Yes, and you have just a little bit to translate towards the lower part. I copy. All right.
Так, а мне, наверное, к тебе, да, теперь надо?
So, I guess I need to now start moving towards you. Yes, you need to turn towards the left arm. Now, I'm just consulting with you. What's the best way to do? From the top or from the bottom? Well, try to go towards the legs. No, guys, it's better to do from the top because you have a bundle as well and there's a lot of equipment. So I can tell you. Okay, do it. Assist me verbally. Okay? All right. Now secure yourself to the ring. Towards that side. Yes. Yes, you were able to move through. Yes, the bundles, of course. That's another factor to consider. I think if you keep moving with your feet like this, I am, and the bundle just went up forward.
Так, а здесь я пролезу, да?
Do you think I'll be able to squeeze by? You could. Dennis, let's try not to squeeze in there. All right, copy. Okay, if they're saying it's not desirable, let's not do it. Okay, let's just continue this way then. So shall I move up? Yes, that's the best place. Then you'll give me the hook or the bundle, whatever is more convenient for you, the bundle or the hook. Either way. All right. And we'll have the orbital night. Soon. All right, that's good. Just like that. Excellent. Super. No, I didn't catch you. Now I caught the bundle. All right. And I'll hand it to you, and then some kind of a hook. Oh, give me your hook then. Denis, do not go inside yet. Give Oleg the bundle. All right, give it to me. I'm ready. All right, I'm holding it like that, and then I'm securing it in place. Will you be able to take it from your side? Yes, I will. Okay, I'm holding it. Stand by. Wait. Okay, I've got it. That's it. Denis, you are at the airlock. Now, let me kind of dive under. All right, let me figure out where to move, where to translate. That's good. Let me move this way. Stop, stop. Excellent. Very good. And Olga, we didn't need to have it. It's too bad. But of course it's too bad. But things happen. All right. And then the second one. Please wait, give me just a sec. All right, I'm moving in this way, just like that. And then the camera itself, hand it to me.
One kit is inside the airlock. Okay, hand me the rubber band. Okay, now give me the next one. Yes, like this. Okay. Okay, there you go. Okay, got a hook on. It feels empty. Did we forget something? Oh, I removed the tail, but there was nothing else. Yeah, this is a light version of the kit. Here's the second hook. Okay, hold on. Okay, now. Good, good, good. Well, looks like we will have to do an audit. Oleg, Denis, confirm kits are inside. Affirmative. Copy. Oleg, we're going into eclipse. Before that happens, check Denis's suit for contamination. Looks clean.
This is Mission Control Houston. Denis Matveev is now back at the Poisk airlock, preparing to join Oleg Artemyev inside, following the collection of all of their tools, tethers, and other equipment associated with today's spacewalk, which is at the 3-hour, 39-minute mark. About an hour and 20 minutes or so ago, the spacewalk ran into a snag when Artemyev noted an unexpected drop in battery voltage on his suit. Denis Matveev's suit has encountered no issues during today's spacewalk. With the unexpected drop in voltage, Artemyev was directed back into the Poisk airlock. He was never in any danger. He placed his suit on International Space Station Systems power inside Poisk, where he has been hanging out for the past hour and 20 minutes or so.
Small red on error, tool number 6.
The two cosmonauts, before the decision was made to terminate the spacewalk early, had completed the installation of cameras for the camera and light units on the elbow area of the European Robotic Arm, and had removed insulation and a launch restraint from one of the two end effectors or hands on the European Robotic Arm, but that's as far as they went when the Russian flight control team stopped further work during today's spacewalk, directed Artemyev to return to the Poisk airlock, and then began work to place the European Robotic Arm in a stowed configuration where it is now, allowing Matveev to rejoin Artemyev in the Poisk airlock. As soon as the hatch is closed, that will mark the official end in terms of elapsed time for today's spacewalk. And there's a good view as the International Space Station passes just to the south of the continent of Africa at an altitude of 260 miles. Matveev just outside of the airlock hatch to Poisk on the space-facing side of the Russian segment of the International Space Station.
The hook is holding it. Denis, Oleg, we are not getting the video at this point. Please provide voice commentary. Okay. Okay, I'm freeing up space for Denis. Okay, hand me that short hook. Yes, this one. Okay. There you go. Let me hook it up. Now the second one. Okay, got both hooks on. Okay, let me take that kit. Okay. Pressing. Yes, like this. Keep it going, keep going. Excellent. Yes. Right there. Bend your legs. Little more. Bend a little more. And spin. I think the legs are interfering. Okay, Denis is inside. So, what do we have here? I think it was the configured.
This is Mission Control Houston. Denis Matveev now back inside the Poisk airlock, joining Oleg Artemyev at the 3-hour, 44-minute mark into today's spacewalk, a spacewalk that is ending prematurely due to a battery voltage drop that was detected in Artemyev's Orlan spacesuit about an hour and a half ago. Once the two cosmonauts prepare the airlock for repressurization, they'll take another check of their tools and tethers, place their suits on, well, Artemyev is already on International Space Station power. Matveev will place his suit on ISS power as well before they close the hatch to mark the official end of today's spacewalk in terms of elapsed time, and then they'll set out to repressurize the airlock. Artemyev, at about the 2-hour, 17-minute mark into the spacewalk, reported an unexpected drop in battery voltage for his Orlan spacesuit. He was directed by the Russian flight control team to return to the Poisk airlock, where he placed his suit on ISS power. He's been hanging out since then, while Matveev cleaned up the work site around the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module and the European Robotic Arm that the two cosmonauts have been working on earlier today to install cameras on the elbow area of the arm for the camera light units, 2 of them. They were installed as well as the removal of insulation and some launch restraints from one of the 2 end effectors or hands of the European Robotic Arm. That's when Artemyev's suit was noted to have a drop in voltage, and that is what altered the plans for the 2 cosmonauts for the rest of today's activities.
Steps, removing the protective rings, etc. Understand. Denis, are you already in the airlock? I am inside. Drying has started. Yes, Denis has been in the airlock for a while now. Okay, then please start installing the protective ring. Okay, the drying is in progress. Starting with the protective ring. Please put heat cold switch to the middle position. Copy position 3. Okay, protective ring is off, folded and stowed. Oleg, Denis, please activate the air kit camera. Okay, so this one, yes, this one. Mine is off.
Что-то не горит, свет идет.
У меня тоже не горит.
We don't have LEDs illuminated. Okay, please make sure both cameras are off.
Обе камеры выключены, два обоих.
Both cameras are off. Copy.
Да, вот так вот.
Do you want me to push for you? Yes, like that, under it, around the handrail.
Можно. О, отлично.
Excellent.
Так. Все пока не закрываем, ждем указаний.
Talking over each other.
Хорошо.
Okay.
На резиночки смотрим пока.
Checking the rubber bands.
Олег, резиновый уплотнитель осмотрели, да, выходного?
Oleg, did you inspect the rubber seal on the EV hatch?
Еще раз сейчас посмотрим.
Yes, we have, and we will take another look, just in case. Yes, please do.
Once again, at the 3-hour, 51-minute mark, Artemyev and Matveev are back inside the Poisk airlock. They're taking one more look around to make sure they have all their equipment before they close the hatch to mark the official end of today's spacewalk. We'll wait for the official hatch closure time from the Russian flight control team in Korolyov before we provide statistics on today's spacewalk and the cumulative statistics for Artemyev and Matveev. Again, their spacewalk terminated early today because of a voltage drop in battery power for Artemyev's spacesuit that occurred about an hour and a half or so ago, and around the 2-hour, 17-minute mark in the spacewalk, after Artemyev and Matveev had just completed the installation of the second of 2 camera light unit cameras on the elbow areas of the European Robotic Arm, which has now been stowed in a safe configuration until the next time that a Russian spacewalk is conducted to continue the outfitting of the European Arm.
Олег, расскажи, там процесс сушки у тебя как идет?
Oleg, please report the status of drying.
Сушка ТО в левом счетчике
To drying, left counter is 4, right counter is 758, 758.
А внизу подсрочка БСС больше 0,20.
And in the Orlan interface unit line, I see 020. Okay, Oleg, your drying is going on per the schedule, and both temperatures will be changing independently, unlike in Denis's suit. Right. It's quite cold in that suit. Yes, it is quite cold. 18 degrees is pretty low. So you overcooled a little bit in the airlock, and now the temperature is 15 or below. And how long is the time I need to wait out? 10 minutes? Yes, 10 minutes. Okay, this means 1 more minute left.
Так, сушка норма.
Okay.
10 минут.
Drying completed nominally 10 minutes. Copy. You are go to move on. Copy, Oleg, Denis. Go for EV hatch closure. Make sure no tethers are in the way. Loosen the tethers, remove the hooks. Okay, in work.
Проверяем отсутствие каких-либо предметов в зоне выходного люка.
Verify no FOD in the hatchway. Yes, we are doing the inspection now. Yes, please look closely. What time did we go out?
20 часа были за бортом.
So we spent 2 hours outside.
Серег, сколько мы, 2 часа были?
Sergey, how much time did we spend outside?
Были 3 часа 58 минут.
3 hours, 58 minutes.
На сегодня, в данный момент.
As of now.
Так, ключ ставим, да?
Okay, we're putting the tool in.
Смотрите,
Фалты отдал, да?
Okay, did you release the tether? Yes? Yes. Guys, did you check for FOD?
Да, смотрим.
Yes, yes.
У нас выкручены, петли на месте.
Everything is in place. Loops,
Предметов посторонних
screws, no FOD.
не наблюдаем.
Олег.
We copy, Oleg.
в рабочее.
Да, сейчас его, погодите, этот.
Okay, the tool must be in the working config.
Крышку выходного люка к фланцу и
Okay, move the hatch cover to the flange.
This is Mission Control Houston, just passing the 4-hour mark into today's spacewalk by Oleg Artemyev and Denis Matveev, both crew members back inside the Poisk airlock, following the early end to today's excursion due to a low voltage reading, a sudden drop in battery power for Artemyev's spacesuit that occurred at about the 2-hour 17-minute mark into the excursion.
Turn the hatch tool until full stop.
We are standing by for the closing of the hatch to Poisk that will mark the official end of today's spacewalk. With the official elapsed time, we'll be waiting for that number to come from Russian flight controllers outside of Moscow at the Russian Mission Control Center. They directed Artemyev to return to the Poisk airlock after he noted the drop in battery voltage on his Orlan spacesuit. He was never in any danger. Moved back inside the airlock, hooked his suit up to International Space Station power, and later was joined by Matveev after Matveev collected all the equipment that he and Artemyev had been using for the spacewalk to continue the outfitting of the European Robotic Arm. Additionally, Sergei Korsakov, the other Russian cosmonaut on the Expedition 67 crew, maneuvered the arm into a stowed configuration prior to the time that Matveev returned to the airlock to join Artemyev.
Is it engaging?
Заходят.
Yes.
Так, ты всех видишь, да?
Да, все.
So are you... The hatch is closed.
Да, прошел.
Copy that, Oleg.
Время ВКД. За бортом вы провели 4 часа, 1 минуту.
EVA time is 4 hours, 1 minute outside. The hatches are closed.
Вы молодцы. Самое главное...
Guys, good job. The main objectives have been achieved.
Да. Стартовое кольцо осталось.
Well, LFM ring still remaining. Okay, tomorrow we will do a debrief at 8 o'clock your time. I am saying goodbye for today. Wishing you an easy and safe flight. Handing you over to the airlock people. Thank you for your hard work today. Thank you for your excellent support. We'll talk to you soon.
Олег, Денис, это Дмитрий.
Oleg, Denis, this is Dmitry. How do you copy? Loud and clear. Copy.
This is Mission Control Houston, the official end to today's abbreviated spacewalk. Russian flight controllers confirming the end of the spacewalk at 12:54 p.m. Central Time, 1:54 p.m. Eastern Time, bringing the spacewalk to an end at 4 hours and 1 minute. We'll be working on aggregate statistics here for the time being while work is underway to begin the repressurization of the Poisk airlock. Artemyev and Matveev back inside the spacewalk, concluding at 12:54 p.m. Central, 1:54 p.m. Eastern Time at 4 hours and 1 minute.
Q card 10, right? Affirmative, Q card 10. Step 4, MRM2 repressed to 260. Yes, okay, checking, KSD2 closed, KSD SO closed. LED not illuminated. Okay, We already reported hatches, PHO hatches closed. Enabling PHO SU КВД. Complete. Now КВД PHO SU open. Okay. We have confirmation of the КВД open. Okay, now start repressing to 260. Affirmative.
И шагом 30-40 миллиметров, Олег, может давать давление в скафандре в отсеке.
And during the next step, report pressure in the volume and in the suit. Pressure in the compartment 0.4, in the suit 0.32. In the compartment 50, suit 0.03. Pressure in the compartment 80, in the suit 0.26. 0.26. Copy.
Давление в отсеке 110.
110 in the compartment, 0.24 and 0.23 in the suits respectively. Copy.
Давление в отсеке 130, в скафандре 0,2.
130 and 0.2. 0.2 in both suits.
Потом по команде
Copy.
выдают команду КВД ПХО закрыть.
Then КВД ПХО SU close command is expected. In MRM 260 according to pressure gauge reader, 150 in a compartment, 0.16 and 0.16 in the suits. Copy.
Давление в отсеке 180 в скафандре.
180 in a compartment and 0.12 and 0.14 in the suits. Copy.
Давление в отсеке 200.
200 in the compartment and 0.1 and 0.1 in the suits. Copy.
Давление в отсеке 220.
220 in the compartment, 0.08 and 0.08 in the suits. Copy.
Давление в отсеке 240.
240 in the compartment and 0.06 and 0.06 in the suits. Copy.
Давление 260 будет.
260 number M2.
This is Mission Control Houston. The spacewalk by Oleg Artemyev and Denis Matveev has come to an end with the hatch closing on the Poisk airlock at 12:54 p.m. Central Time, 1:54 p.m. Eastern Time, bringing today's spacewalk to an end at 4 hours 1 minute. This was the 252nd spacewalk in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. This was the 7th spacewalk out of the International Space Station this year and the 4th during Expedition 67. Oleg Artemyev now has accrued 7 spacewalks in his career for a total of 45 hours, 45 minutes, while Denis Matveev has 3 spacewalks in his resume, totaling 18 hours, 20 minutes. The 252 spacewalks in support of station assembly maintenance and upgrades now have totaled 1,594 hours and 50 minutes, which equates to 70 days, 9 hours and 50 minutes of spacewalking time. And the 4 spacewalks during this increment, the Expedition 67 increment, have totaled 25 hours and 25 minutes for the spacewalkers. Today's spacewalk was ended early. It was ordered to end early by the Russian flight controllers after Oleg Artemyev noticed a unexpected drop in his battery voltage for his Orlan spacesuit. He was never in any danger, was directed back into the Poisk airlock, placed his suit on International Space Station power, while Denis Matveev continued outside to complete the gathering of tools, tethers, and other equipment that he and Artemyev had been using for the continued outfitting of the European Robotic Arm. Inside, Sergei Korsakov began the work to maneuver the European Robotic Arm into a stowed configuration. There will be a few additional cleanup steps involved in making sure the arm is complete in the configuration that will be satisfactory to both European engineers as well as the Russian flight controllers. That work will be continuing over the next couple of hours, but the arm is in a safe configuration, and the 2 crew members are safely inside the Poisk airlock, the hatch closed, ready to begin the repressurization of the Poisk airlock. While outside, before the battery voltage issue cropped up for Artemyev, he and Matveev had completed the installation of 2 camera light unit cameras along the elbow area of the European Robotic Arm and had removed some thermal insulation and a launch restraint from one of the 2 end effectors for the 36-foot-long European Robotic Arm, but they could go no further with today's tasks due to Artemyev being directed back inside the Poisk airlock.
Okay, the open valve conversation between crew members. Okay, you take yours. Done. Umbilicals in place. Next.
Счетчик обновился.
Олег, правильно понимаю, у тебя колодка подстыкована?
Да, у обоих.
Oleg, do you have umbilicals connected both? Yes. Tow mode. Exchange mode. Power on. Indicated. Electrical umbilical to connect to Orlan. It's already done on my suit. Okay, copy. Question, Oleg.
В процессе работы смотрели, около 10 предметов вылетело из модула. 3 из них такие блестящие. У тебя не впечатлилось, что это могло бы быть?
In MRM2 question, what was that shiny object? That is a plastic wrap up, actually underlayer from the top that is clear and shiny, and that's what you saw.
Что-то еще, может быть, запомнилось? Там несколько 10 штук.
Да, резинки, подложки от велка.
Rubber starts, those are Velcro underlay. Anyway, didn't see anything useful.
Хорошо, спасибо. Денис, ну что попало там? Подстыковало? Да, подстыковалось. Что, идем дальше, Олег.
Так, дальше. Значит, так, скафандр 2.
Now, suit 2. Let's turn on power. Okay, now release, transmit, switch to board power, and then turn on main power. Okay, first. Okay, we completed stabilization of pressure MRM2. Could you let us know what was? Okay, I'm already out of there, but let me check.
Так, давление
Pressure
261.
261? 261, wait for 5 minutes. In MRM2, press transmit button. Do I understand correctly that you disconnected from the load and push the transmit button? Yes, that is done. After checking pressure, we'll do another one in MRM2. Current pressure MRM2 after 5 minutes. 761. I'm sorry. 261. 261, of course. Okay. After stabilization. What about PHO? 315. Now you can go to Q card 12. Inaudible. Oleg, 5 minutes. 261 in MRM2. Copy. Stable. Now we'll wait for Sergey to let us know what PHO. And then we'll go to Q card 12. Copy. Sergey, 3 minutes. Pass for checking PHO pressure. What is it now? Sergey, what is PHO current pressure? 316.5. Copy.
This is Mission Control Houston. With the repressurization of the Poisk airlock well underway, the two cosmonauts, Oleg Artemyev and Denis Matveev, safely back inside. The airlock itself soon fully repressurized, and they'll open the hatch to return inside the International Space Station, bringing today's activities to a close. The spacewalk was ended early at 4 hours and 1 minute with the hatch closing to the Poisk airlock at 12:54 p.m. Central Time, 1:54 p.m. Eastern Time. The spacewalk having been cut short because of a low voltage reading for the battery for Artemyev's Orlan spacesuit that occurred about 2 hours and 17 minutes into the spacewalk. At the time that the low voltage reading was detected by Artemyev, he and Matveev had completed the installation of a pair of cameras for the camera light units on the European Robotic Arm, and had removed some insulation and a launch restraint for one of the two end effectors on the arm, but they could go no further when Artemyev was directed by Russian flight controllers to return to the safety of the airlock. Artemyev was never in any danger. Matveev hung out outside for a bit longer to collect all the equipment that he and Artemyev had been using during the course of the spacewalk. And once the European Robotic Arm was maneuvered out of the way by Sergei Korsakov inside the station at the Russian segment control panel for the arm, then Matveev returned to the airlock, joined Artemyev, and they closed the hatch to complete today's spacewalk at 4 hours and 1 minute. So with that, we will wrap up our coverage for today. Again, the Russian spacewalk ending early at 4 hours and 1 minute because of a low voltage reading on Artemyev's spacesuit, but both cosmonauts are safely inside. We're never in any danger during the issue that cropped up earlier in the spacewalk today, and they're in the process of wrapping up the repressurization of Poisk. They'll open the hatch to the International Space Station, and they'll be back inside to rejoin the rest of the Expedition 67 crew. With that, we'll complete our coverage for the day. Thanks for joining us throughout the course of the day, and we'll sign off for now. This is Mission Control Houston.